Okay, good morning. Please take your seats. Okay, welcome to FAPESP, to the 11th German-Brazilian Dialogue on Science, Research and Innovation, where we explore a topic of global importance: artificial intelligence, promises, expectations, and limitations in science and society. This event is a joint initiative of the German Center for Research and Innovation, São Paulo, TVIH, and the São Paulo Research Foundation, FAPESP, reinforcing the strong collaboration between Germany and the state of São Paulo. Join us for the opening remarks. We have the Scientific Director of FAPESP, Professor Márcio de Castro Silva Filho. Professor Márcio is representing the President of FAPESP, Professor Marco Antônio Zago. I also would like to have a pleasure to announce the presence of the Director of the German Academy Exchange Service, GAAD Brazil, and the German Center for Research and Innovation, DVIH São Paulo, Ms. Catarina Fourier. Professor Márcio, please, the floor is yours.
Well, good morning, everyone. A warm welcome to FAPESP. I would like to greet Mrs. Katharina Fourier, Director of the German Academy Exchange Service, DWAD, and also the German Center for Research and Innovation. I would like to greet also the German delegation here at FAPESP, and also our colleagues from São Paulo. And this is an outstanding opportunity for bringing together scientists, top scientists from São Paulo and Germany, and building a new era in terms of scientific collaboration. So this event is the 11th edition, but with FAPESP, as far as I know, is the 8th edition, which started in 2015. And over the last years, it is amazing the interest between Sao Paulo and Germany, and which places Germany among the top 3 countries in the world in terms of scientific collaboration with FAPESP. And also, we see with this many initiatives, that ongoing initiatives now, that perhaps Germany will move up in terms of this collaboration. So there is a lot of synergy and opportunities that are very important to us in terms of scientific collaboration. Welcome Mr. Johannes Warner, the Consulate General of Germany in Sao Paulo. Warm welcome to FAPESP. But this interaction between Sao Paulo and Germany was strongly supported over the years. So we had 2 FAPESP Week events, one a very successful one that occurred early this year, bringing together scientists from Sao Paulo and Germany. And this opportunity will pave the path for new collaborations and new opportunities. And we are delighted to host this event here and on an outstanding topic on artificial intelligence. So welcome to FAPESP again, and a wonderful event for all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Márcio. Ms. Fourier, the floor is yours.
Bom dia, good morning, dear Professor Marcio, dear Johannes, dear ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure to welcome you today on behalf of the German Center for Research and Innovation, Sao Paulo, to the 11th German-Brazilian Dialogue on Science, Research and Innovation. This dialogue is more than just only a scientific conference. It stands for the strong, vibrant, and forward-looking partnership between Brazil and Germany in the field of science. Nowadays, we count more than 650 cooperations between German and Brazilian higher education institutes. The fact that we are once again gathering here in Sao Paulo with a highly relevant topic, renowned guests, and an ambitious program shows how important this exchange has become. Let me express my sincere thanks to our host and co-organizer, FAPESP. For many years, FAPESP has been a key partner in promoting international research collaboration. Your hospitality, your commitment, and your reliability, especially in challenging times, are what makes events like this possible. Muito obrigada. I would also like to express my deepest gratitude to the scientific committee, Indra Speaker, genannt Dömann, Matthias Epple, Anderson Rocha, and Renata Wassermann. With great dedication, excellent suggestions, and your subject matter expertise, you have made this dialogue possible. Thank you very much. This year's dialogue focuses on artificial intelligence, promises, expectations, and limitations in science and society. This is not only a technological topic. It touches fundamental questions about the future of our societies. Between high hopes and deep concerns, between real-world applications and speculative visions, we need a clear interdisciplinary and international discussion. And this is exactly what we aim to encourage here with this conference. Artificial intelligence is no longer limited to computer science or industry. Is it transforming how we do research, how we communicate, how we create and assess knowledge? And it raises important questions. What ethical frameworks do we need? How do we ensure transparency and democratic oversight? And how do we design education and research so that people can engage with these technologies in a critical and constructive way? In Germany, artificial intelligence is firmly embedded in a comprehensive national AI strategy. Universities and research institutions across the country are working to align innovation with social responsibility. A central goal of this is to ensure that AI development follows democratic, ethical, and sustainable principles. Universities play a key role in this, not only in research, but also in education. Many have launched interdisciplinary study programs and research centers that combine technological and societal perspectives. In this way, we ensure that AI evolves not only with technical excellence, but with a strong sense of responsibility. The German Academic Exchange Service, the DID, supports this through international programs. The SUSE schools, for example, the SUSE Schools of Excellence in AI, train outstanding early career researchers. Or the program Postdoc Net AI promotes global exchange in the AA field. These programs reflect our commitment to connecting excellence with cooperation. It is both a great pleasure and the core mission of the DWIH Sao Paulo to create spaces like this conference today, spaces that foster interdisciplinary exchange and international collaboration. This event is a vivid example of how science diplomacy becomes tangible. I wish all of you, all of us, an inspiring dialogue, new insights, and many personal discounters for future cooperations here in Sao Paulo, in Brazil, in Germany, and beyond. Muito obrigada. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Katarina. We now give the floor to Ms. Johannes Weiner, Consul for Cultural Affairs of the Consulate General of Germany in São Paulo.
Bom dia, Good morning, dear team, FAPESP team, everybody here. I'm really glad to be here to open the symposium with you. I had a look at the program, and it's a very full program that you have ahead of you, and it's a very long list of institutions that are present. And I think this speaks to the close relationship that Germany and Brazil have in the area of science and research. It's really astonishing. If you try to map out all the relationships that exist, I would imagine it would probably look pretty similar to a neural network. And this leads me to the topic of today's dialogue, artificial intelligence. As with all tech, there's a lot of hype cycles. You always have different phases, and with AI we are already in a phase where some people offer a little bit more criticism about AI. We all know now that we need to count fingers when we are looking at a picture. We all are aware of the biases that are continued with AI tech, and there's some wonderful art that I can suggest you have a look at. For example, a British artist, James Brittle, who made a nice picture of how to catch an autonomous car in the wild. So there's a lot of discussion about also the limitations of AI tech. But the bottom line remains, the impact of AI tech is astonishing. If you ask people what smartphone they used in, or which iPhone they used in 2010, most people will think, blah, 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 and then they will come up and recognize, okay, they didn't even have a smartphone back then, because most of them weren't really publicly available in the same sense as they are today. And AI is already on the verge of reaching the same level that we can't even imagine a world anymore without the technologies that we use. Most of us have them for translation, especially in the international context, or ChatGPT, etc. This comes with many challenges, and those challenges are shared by both of our countries, Brazil and Germany, other countries as well. The raw material of digitization is data, and not just any data, but well-sorted data of a high quality. And to reap this raw material, you need a data culture, you need the infrastructure, you need investment, you need skilled labor, you need regulation and the right rules of the game, and that was already mentioned when it comes to governments, governance and international bodies, especially on international stage. Obviously, for a foreign ministry, we are really concerned when it comes to the topic of disinformation, autonomous weapon systems, etc. It's a very special focus, but I can also say, before joining the diplomatic service, I used to work in a consulting firm with a focus on future of work, and there are really tangible, concrete challenges that people face. A lot of people in companies are afraid to lose their job, and it's not always justified. In some cases it is, but it comes with a lot of challenges and questions, and it shows that it's not just technology, but all policy areas are affected and impacted. As you already mentioned, Katharina, the federal German government of Germany launched its AI strategy in 2018. My own ministry, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, launched AI Charta last year. And for us, the focus is always to have a rights and value-based use of AI with people at the center, with many of the questions that you mentioned, starting from transparency, comprehensibility, and human decision-making autonomy in the process of the use of AI. As we share the same challenges, we also should pool on finding the right solutions. And I think this leads us to today's discussion. It's not only IT, it's not only math, it's also social and societal questions, and even energy politics when we use the energy use for AI training. Which means in the end we need to work closely together. We have wonderful scientists on both sides of the Atlantic that already work together. We should weave the net even tighter, and this also includes the connection between research and industry, also a question that is important for both of our countries, how to involve industry even closer in the process of research. And there's many examples. I'm thinking of the Cyber Valley in southern Germany, but a lot of initiatives where this works very well. Another topic is also, and this is also connected not directly to research, but more to the level of universities, you need a lot of skilled labor in this area, and that's also an aspect where both of our countries can join forces. And with this, I would say we can lead over into the discussion. I'm really interested in hearing what the discussions will lead to. I would like to thank FAPESP very much for the hospitality today, but also for the wonderful cooperation with Germany on so many levels and in so many different events and so many different German institutions. I know it's sometimes a little bit difficult because we have so many, but it's a good sign. And obviously, thanks, a very big thanks to DRD and DWH for working with this big network of German institutions that we have, and obviously also for the organization and your wonderful work you do throughout the year. And everybody, and I've seen the long list of people who participate in different panels and different discussions for their contributions and for their work today and in the event. Thank you very much, and I wish us all a wonderful dialogue.
Thank you, Mr. Weiner. We now invite the members of the opening session to take their seats in the audience. The program will continue under the moderation of Ms. Zilk Bell, Program Officer at the DWH São Paulo. Please welcome Zilk.
Good morning, bom dia, que bom que todo mundo chegou bem. Eu só vou falar um pouquinho sobre o nosso dia hoje. A gente vai começar agora com a opening... Desculpa? Sorry. Okay. Good morning. Sorry, I actually had to switch in English, of course. Thanks so much that you are all here. I'd like just to do some announcement about the first day of the dialogue. So we will start soon with the opening keynote from Professor Elisabeth André. And then after this, we have a 24-minute break for coffee. And then we are going over to the first panel, which is artificial intelligence in medicine and healthcare, moderated by Dr. Anderson Horscher from UNICAMP. And then we have a lunch break from 12:40 until 2 o'clock. And then we go further to the panel of regulations of impacts of artificial intelligence, moderated by Professor Indra Speaker, Genan Dömann from the University of Cologne. At 4 o'clock we have another 30-minute break, and then we go on with our session funding programs, and there will be the FG and DAD, FAPESP, the Alexander von Humboldt Institution, and also we from the DWH telling you about this topic, and it will be moderated by Professor Sanku from FAPESP. And then we will end this day, the first day of the dialogue, and I would just to remind you of our reception tonight at the German Consul General in Sao Paulo. So it takes place at 6:30, and you are all invited. Thank you very much, and I wish everybody a successful day today.
So, good morning, bon dia. Well, I'm very grateful to chair the first session, the opening session of the German-Brazilian dialogue. I will try to be very short, and before we come to this truly exciting part of the Leibniz lecture and keynote lecture of Professor Elisabeth André, I just wanted to very briefly introduce to you this very specific format of a Leibniz lecture, and also explain a little bit what the Leibniz Prize actually is. Actually, this is already the 6th time that we have such a lecture will be held here at the FAPESP auditorium. I'm particularly pleased that we can combine this format again with the German-Brazilian dialogue here, this flagship event of German-Brazilian science collaboration. So what the Leibniz lecture actually is, it is linked to the Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz Prize. And this is a prize which is awarded by the German Research Foundation to exceptional scientists and academics. It has already 40 years now. It is the most important research award in Germany, and with an amount of 2.5 million euro per award, it aims to improve the working conditions of these outstanding scientists and academics. It wants to help them to expand their research opportunities, and it wants to help them to employ particularly qualified early career researchers so that then they can pursue their research in a very exciting environment. And the Leibniz Lecture is a format which was created by the DFG, and it includes the invitation of Leibniz awardees to give lectures and seminars and to participate in meetings and congresses outside of Germany. And by doing so, we have the intention to represent cutting-edge research, and we want to enable the dialogue between renowned scientists from Germany and the scientific community abroad. And now I'm very happy to introduce you to Professor Elisabeth Andre. So today she will give her already second Leibniz lecture here in Brazil. She gave the first one on Monday in Salvador, Bahia at the Senai Cimatec. And she received the Leibniz Prize in 2021, and she was honored for establishing the research field of conversational emotional agents in the field of artificial intelligence. And this lays the foundation for future AI systems to be able to act in a more human-centered manner. In her doctoral thesis already, Professor Andre dealt with verbal and nonverbal signals for human-machine communication. And furthermore, she dedicated herself very early on the current topic of trust in human-machine communication, established pain recognition as a relevant capability for machine learning-based health assistance, and she addressed issues regarding the acceptance of the autonomy of machines. With the development of the open source framework SSI, Social Signal Interpretation, for recording and analyzing multimodal signals such as eye movement, speech, and gestures, Professor Andre has finally succeeded in making a contribution that goes far beyond computer science. Today, SSI is used worldwide for a wide variety of tasks, for example, to give robots or virtual characters the ability to recognize and react to a human being's emotions. Elisabeth Andre received her doctorate in computer science from Saarland University in 1995. She previously headed several projects at the German Research Center for Artificial Intelligence, DFKI, in Saarbrücken. And in 2001, she accepted an appointment to the chair of multimodal human technology interaction at the then newly established Institute of Computer Science at University of Augsburg. Andre was a DFG review board member from 2008 to 2012 and has been a member of the German National Academy of Sciences Leopoldina since 2010. In 2019, the German Informatics Society chose her as one of the 10 formative minds in German AI history. So given the time, I can only give an impression of her many more activities and awards, and I'm very happy that you are here today, Professor Andre. So Professor Andre, it's all yours.
Yeah, thank you so much, Christina, for the very nice introduction. We already spent nice time together in Salvador at Cimatec. I would also like to thank everybody for organizing this event. I'm very happy to talk at the 11th German-Brazilian Dialogue on Science, Research and Innovation. and have the opportunity to give this Leibniz lecture. So my talk today will explore how AI can enhance human social interaction, focusing on 3 key areas: sign language, expressive speech, and social role play, summarized as sign, speak, and socialize. I guess in particular socialize in connection with computers and machines might appear as a contradiction, but I hope to be able to show you that it's the opposite. Doug Engelbart, the inventor of the computer mouse, recognized already in 1958 that the goal of technology should not be to replace humans, but rather amplify human capabilities. I think this was a very wise, statement, and I wish more people would take that into account nowadays. So I will quickly present the agenda of the talk today. So I will investigate how AI can serve as a powerful tool to overcome communication barriers, foster authentic expression, and promote a social inclusion. And I would like to focus on people with communication challenges, so either people with special needs, but also people who are exposed to challenging social situations. So I will start with the first topic, namely how to bridge communication barriers with signing avatars. So our goal is to enable a bidirectional online translation for communication between deaf and hard of hearing individuals and hearing and speaking individuals. And the system consists of an AI-based sign language avatar and a sign language recognition system to enable bidirectional sign language communication. That is, we translate a sign language into a spoken German language and vice versa. As some of you might know, sign languages vary a lot across countries and even include distinct dialects. So even just in Germany, we have different sign languages for the German sign languages, and some people, for example, say, okay, in my age, I don't want to learn the German sign language that is acknowledged. I have learned a different sign language. And also here in Brazil, Lenovo is actually developing a very impressive AI-driven methods to interpret Libras, the Brazilian sign language. So I think this is also a topic where Brazil is very strong. So to do that, you need a lot of data, and we need a high quality data. And so we record people in a motion capturing studio, and the data also have to be annotated. So people who know about sign language actually have to describe what has been recorded, mainly manually. And just to give you an impression, so to annotate one sentence can take 1 hour for annotation. So you can see that it is a very challenging task. Also, what I learned during the projects is that the face is very important. So when you think of sign language, you usually think of what you are doing with your hands. And our avatars, I will show it in 1 second. I think it looks very impressive, but in the sign language, deaf people say, okay, I can perfectly understand it, but you still have to work on the face. So here is the avatar, so it is saying, communicating guided tools in German Sign Language are offered regularly. So actually we provide a service to city communities in Germany so that they have a kind of toolbox where they can put together information that is communicated to the public in sign language. I already said it's quite a lot of work to have these annotations. You need the data. And so we got the idea. There's a lot of sign language in TV programs. So actually we do it not like some companies like OpenAI that we just take what is available. So we have a contract with the WDR. So we can use the data in order not to violate any copyright issues. And so the idea is because we have sign language and we have the transcription, we thought it might be not too difficult to use that as a basis for training a model. Just to give you an impression, a little exercise for you. On the left-hand side, you see the woman assigning the word alt, which is old in English. And just watch the video, what the lady is doing. And then in the TV, the person is communicating for older patients. So maybe you can try to identify the sign for older. And this looks not too difficult. And then on the right, you see it embedded in continuous sign language, and this makes it really very hard. So what you will see, the person is signing, but the word or the sign for older is appearing very late, so later than in the transcription, which makes it very hard.
Hier ziehen bald Geflüchtete ein.
So this came very late, and so the alignment problem is something, it's a big scientific challenge we are currently working on, and the West German TV is hoping for quick results. So the second topic I would like to discuss is augmenting users' expressive skills. So it started actually with augmenting machines' expressive skills, robots, but then we found out that it would also be good to use the same technology for humans. This is actually sponsored, as many other projects I present, by the Leibniz Award, and it enabled us to collaborate with the Max Planck Institute for Empirical Aesthetics, and they came up with a very interesting approach. They call Gibbs sampling with people. So the physics people here might or probably know about Gibbs sampling. So it's an algorithm for obtaining a sequence of observations which are approximated from a given probability distribution. And Max Planck Institute they modified it to Gibbs sampling with people. And the idea is you have many participants collaborate to navigate a stimulus space and identify regions associated with a given semantic concept. So this is the general approach. And it can be used for many things. For example, to manipulate a painting so that the painting looks more interesting, exciting, sad, or whatever. And here we use the approach to optimize voice parameters so that they match a target. So people, community of people is given with this very simple interface. And they have to adjust the slider to make the voice match the face as best as they can. Okay, and here I show an example. So we start with a randomized voice, and the voice it's an online approach. So the voice is presented to a community of people, and the people are supposed to manipulate a voice dimensions. Some voice dimensions correspond to constructs people know, such as pitch, intensity, but some constructs are also extracted as embeddings using machine learning techniques. And this is done in an iterative approach until people are satisfied with what they produce. So here is the randomized first voice for this phase.
Our plans right now are hazy.
So just by coincidence, it sounds male. And then the people actually in a group, they manipulate the voice in several iterations.
Our plans right now are hazy.
And they obviously agreed the voice should sound female in the end. So here another example. So I just show you how the voice sounds in the individual, in the different iterations. So we start with the randomized voice, and then it moves or converges towards the voice the people actually appreciate.
Smoky fires lack flame and heat. Smoky fires lack flame and heat. Smoky fires lack flame and heat. Smoky fires lack flame and heat.
Smoky fires lack flame and heat.
Smoky fires lack flame and heat.
Smoky fires lack flame and heat.
Yeah, we also use technology actually to animate the lip syncing of paintings. Yeah, and regarding the experimental results, we presented the human-in-the-loop approach for generating a speech personalized to a specific phase to US raters, 180 raters, people from the US, because our data set was English language and we needed native speakers of English. And in the end, the human raters confirmed that the created voices matched the faces, and the speaker gender apparent from the face was well recognized in the voice, and the people were consistently moving towards a voice prototype for the given face. So you can see here with the image that in the end the mean rating got higher and stabilized. And this approach works. When you see a person, you have somehow a feeling how the person should sound like. So it depends, for example, on the body of the person, how strong the person is. And that is why people associate a specific characteristics of the voice with the visual appearance. So then we thought we could do the same with robots. And so I just give you two examples. We start with a randomized voice. And here in this example, the randomized voice sounds robotic-like, but obviously the people thought the robot should sound more human-like. So first, the robotic-like voice.
Time brings us many changes.
Time brings us many changes.
So they said, okay, it should sound more natural. Another example.
The small red neon lamp went out.
The small red neon lamp went out.
So you can also see that the people had somehow a feeling about the personality of the robot. So the robot on the right, they thought, okay, this is somebody, a very calm robot, not too hectic and so on. So we run here an even bigger study with nearly 2,000 participants. So we needed so many participants because we wanted participants to tune robotic voices to match 175 robot images using an adaptive human-in-the-loop pipeline. So a lot of progress has been made in speech synthesis, but the point I would like to make here, the people actually, they get given voices, they can clone voices, but there's hardly any possibility actually as a user without technical background actually to manipulate a voice as much until you like it. Okay, and then, so one group, so this big group, actually tuned the robotic voices, and then another group actually had to describe the impression of the robot, or they matched a voice using another human-in-the-loop paradigm for open-ended labeling. And we found that the participants consistently converged towards specific voice prototypes that somehow were aligned with the images of the robots. And obviously there is a significant interplay between visual and auditory perceptions. I would here at this point also talk about some ethical issue. Actually we found out that the people tended to generate or to replicate stereotypes. So many commercial voice assistants use feminine sounding, polite and playful voices by default. And our participants tended to use texts like playful, friendly, when describing voices they created for female robots, which is not bad as such. So you can see here, okay, the female robot should sound cute, friendly, and young was also something people said should be the case. And for the men, it was also not so flattering. So people thought the men, which you can see, okay, I have to hit the square, but men were said to be unemotional, boring, monotone. But that came out of it. So we submitted it to the CHI conference, and one reviewer said, okay, you are raising the issue, but what do you do against it? So we decided actually to change our experiment. So all the participants, before doing the voice manipulation, they had to do a course on gender bias. So this was a course we found at the American University. And we also checked, of course, whether the people learned something about gender bias, and they did. So they all succeeded. Then they did the study again, but they again ended up with voice stereotypes. So it seems to be a tricky issue. Yeah, and after doing that, so I also have somebody in my team. He has articulation issues, and in his dissertation he wanted to create more expressive voices for people using voice communication aids, and we thought, oh, maybe we can use the same technology to help these people. And interestingly, when you look at the devices that are available for augmentative assistive communication, so you can see one here. So people press a button and then a voice communicates, I'm hungry or would like to go out or whatever. But there are very limited options to control the actual voice, and usually there is a choice between a few predefined voices. And since I'm doing human-computer interaction and AI, for me it's important to talk to people. And so one kid, we actually asked for help with our system set. Yeah, I'm in a school class, and all kids in my class got the same voice, and so I'm often don't know from whom the voice is coming. And this was a good motivation to develop something. And here we used an evolutionary algorithm to find a speaker embedding. So we start with two randomized speaker embeddings. we create speech using those two speaker embeddings, and we present two resulting voices to the user. And the user selects the better voice, then we mutate the corresponding better speaker embedding, and then we only keep the better speaker embedding and the mutated one. And this is also an iterative process. And my dissertation student, Sylvain Mertes, convinced me that this interface should be very simple. So it should be basically presenting users with two voices and having them to select the better one, which was actually a good idea because the people with the articulation issues, they also have motoric issues, and most of them came with an accompanying person, and they were not able to type, and they somehow had to communicate to their caretaker. And so here the caretaker said, okay, we do it like that. If you like the first one, so the first voice, you look at me, and if you like the second one, you look away. So the thing is, spontaneously, people could map the interface to something which could be operated by everybody. I just showed you the principle. So we start with two voices. Just listen to the voices.
The zones merge in the central part of town.
The zones merge in the central part of town.
So the task is pick the voice you think is better.
It caught its hind paw in a rusty trap.
So obviously the female voice was picked.
It caught its hind paw in a rusty trap.
This is the mutation, and I just played the final voice.
The barrel of beer was a brew of malt and hops.
So this is a completely different person, obviously a female person, but older than what we had in the beginning. So we run a study with the user group. So here we could not recruit several hundred of people, and it was also individual, inviting the people or going even. So here this boy was invited to the lab, but we mostly visited the people at home because it would be too much of an effort to come to the university. And this boy, we did not tell them what kind of voice they should create. And this boy wanted to create, he was technically experienced. He wanted to create a voice that sounds like Alexa. He set it himself as a task, and he was happy with the result. And so here is a case where the target user actually was not able to operate the interface, and the accompanying person said it's definitely better than the one from the voice communication at now, because it's simply more like her, or more like what she would choose as her voice, which also here points to a critical issue if people cannot communicate themselves what they actually want. And here, less positive case. So the accompanying person said, I think the voice of what came out of it is way too fast. It doesn't fit his personality at all. Okay, coming to the third topic. So we did quite some work on social coaching through role play with virtual agents, starting with job interview training. So here young people take part in a playful simulation of a job interview conducted by a virtual recruiter, and starting with a European project, and we were able to continue the work in a BMBF-funded project. And while people were interacting with the virtual character, their behaviors were recorded and analyzed, and then presented to them. And you can see here cases where the trainee was behaving very well, showing high engagement, open body posture, leaning forward, orientation towards the interlocutor. And on the right-hand side, the opposite, so leaning backwards, crossing arms, and looking away from the interlocutor. And so the results were then discussed with a human coach. We presented it in a school in Augsburg and in Saarbrücken with very positive results. So after engaging in this experience, people appeared less nervous, for example, in a real job interview with human interviewers. And also the teachers in the school actually were quite happy and said that the game transports the experience into the youngsters' own world. So in the beginning they were a little bit skeptical. They said maybe the pupils just make fun of the character. I cannot guarantee for anything, but I'm happy to try it out. But it worked actually quite well. Interestingly, the pupils said that the feedback is much more believable than human feedback, which is often observed in such studies. So I would like now to come to a topic which is very important here. You cannot just tell the people your performance was bad, you would never get a job. People also need to know what they should do, and we worked a lot on counterfactual explanations. So just as a motivation, look at the boy here, and so if the system tells him you would not get a job, so he might ask himself, would I have gotten the job if I had won classes? So you can make your own opinion about it. Or would he have gotten the job if he didn't have a beard? So maybe, maybe not. Or would he have got the job if he had seemed more interested? So I think this is very convincing. And we explored in our research, also for medical application, a lot of counterfactual thinking explanations. And so I just point here to papers we published at AI conferences and agents conferences. So counterfactual explanations. So you might ask, when you get a result from the AI, how would the input have to change in order to change the decision? So how should, for example, in a medical application, how should the lung look like if it was healthy? And the point is that the AI should not come up with a lung of a different person. It should modify the image of the patient in such a way how the lung of this person should look like if it was healthy. So I only give you the QR code here, and we also published the code for that. We are in particular proud that we also came up with a new paradigm, namely older factual explanations. So here we communicate which attributes are irrelevant for the AI's decision, which might, for example, play a role if you, for example, apply for a loan and you have the suspect that maybe if you were older or younger or had a different gender, you would get a loan, and then you could question the AI, and the AI would maybe say, no matter how old you are, you would never get a loan with your other characteristics. So we applied this approach also to the area of job interview training to tell the people what should change in their behavior to get a better evaluation, focusing on discrete attributes. For example, if your motion energy was higher or lower, the AI would have come to a better decision. And here an example where the explanation is provided by a virtual agent. So she says, try to give a more nonverbal feedback and try to adopt a more open body posture. So this is basically verbally, but we thought it would be nicer to generate counterfactual explanations for videos. Since we didn't have enough data for the job interview scenario, we looked for sport data. And here you might ask the question, how would the athlete have to throw the javelin for it to fly further? So you see above the original video, and below you see the counterfactual animated skeleton illustrating that the throwing arm should be extended further back for a better throw. So this is done in collaboration with the sports department. And the work we do is not just for students, it's also for teachers like me. And teachers can have a lot of stress in class, in particular if the students don't behave well. And so one thing I really experienced myself, there was somebody with a smartphone, and I said, put it away. And he said, why? And I didn't have a good answer, so I would fail in my own system. I said, because it disturbs me. And then I thought, oh God, in front of 100 students, if he doesn't follow, you know, it's a complete loss of face. So I was lucky in that situation. And here we developed such a scenario. So it's in German, but you get the idea.
Guten Morgen alle zusammen. Also, Alex, würdest du bitte dein Handy weglegen?
Mache ich auf keinen Fall.
Ja, gut, so. Auf jeden Fall bei Synchronität.
Ich gehe jetzt raus.
Ja, bitte. Tschüss. Bis nächstes Mal.
So this was not a good behavior, but you can use the system. The system is patient, you can train. So the final topic I would like to address is emotion regulation training for children using AI. This started quite some time ago, but we got a new project and so we can continue with that. So bullying at school is, as you all know, a serious problem. And it can result in post-traumatic stress disorder, and children with low self-esteem are frequently affected more frequently and also with more severe effects. And in this former project, we had the idea that we should not focus on the bullies, but we should focus on the victims and to develop something that helps them to deal with bullying at school, and also to encourage bystanders to act as defenders of the victim. So we worked, so all the work is very interdisciplinary. We worked a lot with psychologists, and the main thing is experience-based learning by Bandura. So if you experience a situation yourself, you learn more than if you just get the theory. And I just show you a screenshot of the system. So this was really done quite some time ago, but maybe it was one of my favorite projects. So we played bullying scenes to the kids. And then the victim actually talked to the child, and the child was supposed to give advice to the victim, for example, saying, talk to your parents, talk to the teacher, or some kids also said, maybe you should hit or attack the bully and whatever. And we did a very large study in Germany and in the UK, with 1,000 children who interacted with the system over a period of 3 weeks. We got different results in Germany and in the UK, but positive results. So fear not reduced the likelihood of students feeling like victims in the UK. And the German, so the reason for that is we thought that the German children were younger and had less computer experience, and also the German teachers, at least at that time, 15 years ago, were somewhat more critical of the software than the British teachers. And in Germany, we found that fear not led to more bystanders siding with the victims. And so we think that only one German school, at least at that time, had undergone an anti-bullying program, so that explains the different results. And I picked this up again because recently we got a new project funded by the BMBF. I'm very happy about it. Confidence. So we aim to offer a gamified app-based training platform with virtual sparring partners for children between 8 and 12. And we use a generative AI to enhance social skills and motivation. And here we also work with a psychologist, Eva Müllers from the university clinics in Saarbrücken. And so just a picture. So the kit is provided with an individual sparring partner, so they can have discussion where maybe in here this boy offends the girl, but the girl can exercise in a safe environment, how to deal with such situations. And at the same time, we provide the kids with a virtual coach actually to provide some training and also help the kid to deal with this situation. So the project started in March, and we have nearly 3 years to get hopefully good results. So to come to a conclusion, so I think advances in analytic and generative AI really present promising opportunities for enhancing communication by augmenting the individual's expressive capabilities. So I've shown this with bridging communication barriers, signing avatars, also to give people a more expressive voice, people who have articulation issues, and also to build a resilience in vulnerable populations. But it's very important to involve the end users. So for example, the company we work with for designing avatar, they hired now several people from the deaf community to help them with the quality control of the avatar, and that is very important. So you should never ever develop something without considering the feedback of your target users. I think that's the principle of good HCI research. So many people helped with that, and so also coming from all kinds of countries, different disciplines. We are still missing people from Brazil, so this will hopefully come. Yeah, and finally I would like to thank the German Science Foundation for giving me the opportunity to present this talk. Thank you very much.
Lecture. Thank you, Professor Anne, for this very inspiring lecture. And I think it's, before we start with the question, it's a very good example, because at DFG we always say that we only do fund basic research, but as you can see from what Professor Anne presented, there are so many cases for application, and this inspires for so many applications in real life. That was really great, wonderful. And I think we have 5 minutes to take some questions from the audience. Maybe 2 questions, because I think we are a little bit ahead of time. Is there any question from you to Professor Andre?
Thank you very much. It was a fantastic start, I think, into this dialogue. But I would like to raise a simple question, but a very difficult one. Where's the AI in this? So is it the answers, and I just take the example of your last case with the bullying part. Is it that the AI continuously monitors the answers of the students and then responds to that? Is it in the programming part? Could you explain maybe a little bit more where this learning part is taking place and where the AI is in it? I found the results super interesting and very helpful, also to show a positive example of AI use.
Yeah, actually that connects very well to Christina's comment. So actually that is all basic research, and there's a lot of theory behind it. So that's also why I showed the QR code pointing to the papers at Ichkai and Amos. So there's also a lot of math behind it. So defining a good loss function is really very tricky and requires profound mathematical background. So since I wanted to show several projects, so I basically did not show the hard work behind it, but I showed what it can be used for. And so, for example, you all know ChatGPT, also the translation problem, translating using AI to translate from German to Brazil to Portuguese. This problem is solved, but what is definitely not solved by anybody in the world is having a simultaneous sign language translation because here comes the multimodality in. You need huge models, and the models need to be annotated. So a big part is done manually. I told you one sentence may take 1 hour, but we use, of course, active learning and cooperative machine learning to reduce the work for the people. And also for this scenario in the end with the children. So we had in the former project, we had a rule-based AI and the kids could freely interact, which was important because if the kids have to reflect on bullying scenes, you cannot tell the kids actually use language, German language. Our system is able to understand. We even have discussions with the parents, so we did not correct, it was typed speech, we did not correct the spelling mistakes of the kids, which could be at that time easily be done. The parents were a little bit upset at me. They said, no, we want the kids to reflect and not to learn about a spelling. And you have to actually make sure that is a very hot topic in language models, that the system does not produce unwanted results, in particular in the bullying scenario. And one topic, what the psychologists first focused on in the first system, that the system does not do any harm to the kids, because it could be the case that the kids maybe feel encouraged by the bully and everything gets worse. And so this is a very tough project, a very tough task to have fair, unbiased language models, the same for the job interview training. So the multimodal behavior is actually evaluated by the machine, and it has to be presented in such a way that it helps the people to improve. So in all these projects is a lot of AI involved. But I wanted to show actually that it's important to involve the people continuously in the process, and also you have to present it to the people like that, and then the people present you with the challenges. So if you check out, for example, the XAI papers, and then you will see a lot of AI, and also with the javelin in the sports example, we are preparing now a paper for another AI conference.
Yeah, thank you. I'm looking to the organizers. Do we have time for one more question? Yeah? Okay, so one more question. Well, if there are no more questions, then I will close the session. There will also be, I think, time and space to dialogue with Professor Andre during the coffee break. So thank you very much again, Professor Andre.
Yeah,
thank you.
I want just to tell you that the coffee break is not on this floor, it's on the second floor. It's actually the one we arrived, okay? And we are going to be back here at 10:50, so we have at least a little bit time, okay?
começar? Podemos? So, good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us again. This is going to be our first panel. It's going to be on AI in medicine and healthcare. As we are experiencing this evolution of technology, especially artificial intelligence, we are also seeing that medicine has changed a lot. 10, 20 years ago, normally, when you had some symptoms, you would go to the doctor and try to see what you had. But from the last 20 years, it's also possible, with the help of technology and AI, it's also possible to prevent diseases to happen or to detect them as early as possible. So in this panel, we are going to see 3 researchers working in medicine and healthcare with very nice examples of how to use technology for health. And tomorrow, we also have presentations that's connected with health. One of them is going to be about the preventive use of AI to help people to detect early signs of some diseases. For this panel in particular, we have Paulo Manzoni de Azevedo Marques from University of São Paulo. Paulo is a full-time associate professor of biometric informatics with a tenured position in the Department of Medical Imaging, Hematology and Oncology at USP, University of São Paulo, Ribeirão Preto Medical School, which is, for people visiting us for the first time, it's a city in the state of São Paulo. He received his bachelor's and master's degree in electrical engineering in 1986 and 1990, respectively, and his PhD in applied physics in 1994 from University of São Paulo. He had a research position at the University of Chicago in 2001, where he worked on medical imaging processing for computer-aided diagnosis and content-based image retrieval under the supervision of Kunio Doi. He's an associate researcher at the Center for AI, C4AI, at the University of São Paulo, and a member of the managing committee of the Center of AI and Machine Learning, CIAAM, USP. His main area of activity is AI in healthcare. The presentation is going to be AI applications in medical imaging and MACE risk prediction. After his talk, we have Christian Wuppen from Rheinische Friedrich Wilhelms Universität Bonn. Professor Christian Wuppen has been Heinrich Hertz Chair of the Life Ethics at the University of Bonn and founding director of the Center for Life Ethics since October 21. Previously, she was founding director of the Cologne Center for Ethics, Rights and Economics and Social Sciences of Health, CETES, at the University of Cologne. In addition to leading national and international research projects, she is involved in policy advice, including as chair of the German Ethics Council from 12 to 16, president of the Global Summit of National Ethics Councils 14 to 16, as a member of the UNESCO International Bioethics Committee until 17, co-speaker of the German Data Ethics Commission 18-19, and chair of the European Group on Ethics and Science and New Technologies. She is also a member of several academies of sciences, National Academy of Medicine in Mexico, for instance, Academia Europaea, and was awarded the Order of Merit of the State of North Rhine-Westphalia, as well as the Federal Cross of Merit First Class. Her talk is going to be the ethical ambivalence of the AI-driven predictive turn in medicine and healthcare. Then we go for the third speaker of this morning, Thais Mello from Boehringer Ingelheim. Thais Melo is an experienced endocrinologist with a master's and PhD in thyroid cancer from Unicamp. With 18 years of experience in the pharmaceutical industry, she has worked in various areas, including medical affairs and the medical department. She is currently medical director and head of market access at Boehringer Ingelheim, Brazil. Thais is responsible for bridging innovative products from clinical research to market access, ensuring that they reach the Brazilian population. Her talk is going to be about harnessing AI and technology in Boehringer Brazil medicine team, pioneering innovations in healthcare sector. So each speaker will talk about 25 minutes, and then we are going to have time for some questions. Thank you again for being here. And with that, I give the floor to our first speaker, who is going to be Professor Paulo. Thank you for accepting our invitation, and the floor is yours.
Okay, good morning. Thank you for the introduction. Thank you for the invitation. I thought it would be interesting to start to showing where I'm from, because the University of São Paulo has 7 campi in different cities around the state of São Paulo, and one campus is in Ribeirão Preto. That is where I come from. So, well, no, let's try here. Ah, sorry, it's not on. Now it's on. Thank you. No? We can do this. Oh, it's there. Not here. Yeah. It's okay. Thank you. It's there. Okay. So we are in Brazil for sure, and this is our whole country. São Paulo is there. It's here. Okay. And here is Ribeirão Preto. We are here. It's difficult here in São Paulo, and the Ribeirão is there. It's about 400 kilometers from here. And in Ribeirão Preto, that is the map of our city there, we have the USP campus that is there. So this is our campus. In the back we have the city. And the stack there in yellow, we have the facilities of the Ribeirão Preto Medical School. USP has 3 medical schools, one here in São Paulo, one in Ribeirão Preto, and another one in another city. The name is Bauru. Here's a closer picture. So here we have our hospital. The highest build there is a general hospital. Is a hospital for inpatients and outpatients. And in the left, you have a children's hospital. It's the same, for inpatient and outpatient. And you have other facilities like classrooms, labs for teaching, labs for research, and so on. And we have connected to our medical school. I thought this is important today because we are here to perhaps have chance to be to discuss a proposal or future projects. So we have there what we call a health complex. So in the outside the ring, we have some primary care facilities, services, and the family service, family health care services. In the middle, we have another more complex level of healthcare that is secondary level, with some hospitals and specialized services like for women and pneumology and this kind of stuff. And in the middle there, we have our hospital. We have this general hospital at the campus, but we have another one that is an emergency unit that is dental. So this is our space there to to give a class, teaching, and also to do researchers. So I will start to present for you this project. It's an ongoing project. I thought it would be interesting because here we have already a partnership with German through the Hasso-Plattner Institute. That is an institute at the University of Potsdam. It's a multi-center project. And basically here what we would like to do is to develop some models to predicting the risk of MACE, that is major adverse cardiovascular events, occurrence based on data extracted from electronic health records for patients up to 7 years after hospital discharge. So the idea is here, the patient is admitted to the hospital for any question, not for cardiology, but other question like a problem in the lungs or perhaps a surgery like orthopedic surgery, something like this. So the idea is to get the information from the patients during the time the patient is in the hospital, is an inpatient, and in the moment the patient is discharged, we are going to be able to give to the physician a prediction of the risk for the patient develop one of the events of MACE. That can be a stroke or heart attack in the period of until 5 years. The idea here is because this kind of event is really prevalent, is probably the most prevalent event for mortality and also morbidity today, and it's quite connected to the lifestyle. So it's possible to do some intervention to put this down if we are to predict this risk. So this is an overview of the project. So we take the information from our electronic health records at the hospital, and you are organizing this, do this harmonization of the data because we have data from our hospital, from the hospitals from Austria. In Austria, we are working with the Medical University of Graz and a set of hospitals there, that the hospital in the Styria in Austria. We have also data from the University of Potsdam and from Karolinska Institute in Sweden. So the data is quite different from the different parts. There are some similarity between Germany and Austria, not so much with Sweden, but quite different for our data here. So we spend a lot of time doing this initial part, the harmonization, and after that we are now training some models of machine learning. Now we are not training in the federated environment, we are building this now, but we have already some results I will show you in a moment. And the idea is to be able to do this prediction, tell the prediction, the risk to the physician, and also, in the end, you are working APP to be able to show this also for the patient. So this is the whole idea you are working on. Here we have some numbers of the cohorts we have. So the first one is KEGIS, that is the set of hospitals, is an association of a hospital in the Styria in Austria. And actually, people from Potsdam, they are work with data from Mount Sinai, that US hospital, because they have some connection with Mount Sinai. And Ribeirão Preto Medical School is our data. So initially, what we are doing is to train the models in each cohort individually, and after we are going to put this in this federated learning environment. So our initial results are obtained in this set of data with patients. It's a retrospective study, so we know the final results of the patients. If patient had or had not a MACE event, we extract some features like more than 1,000, train and test do the separation, that is normal. And we tried some algorithms, but basically the two best were random forest and the light gradient boosting machine, LGB. And we have the way to show, to try to do some explainability, to explain the results to the physicians. We are using Chapel values. So here we have some results. The first in the left is we are using data, demographic data from the patients. Administration is data from if the patient, how many times patient was admitted, or how long the patient stay every time he was admitted. So it's more administrative data. And the ICD, that is results from the diagnosis. So the first step, when we had this part of the data harmonized, we trained some models. After we include more data, so we include medicine, that is the kind of medicine the patient are receiving at the hospital, in the hospital. And finally, we put together the whole data that include the results of lab tests, like blood test, urine test, and so on. And we can see we were able to improve a little bit the results. But when we try to cross this to see the possibility to be more, to use to generalize the results of the model, here is the initial result when we trained the data, the model with the data from Potsdam, that is data from Mount Sinai, and apply this in our cohort. So we can see we have an important drop of the results, because this we are now organizing and deploying the environment for federated learning to be able to train the model with the whole data set we have from the whole partners. And there are some links here to this were already published. And here is an example of how we can explain it to the physicians. We have a list of the features we extract from we calculate from the data extracted from the electronic health records. For example, the first one is Charlson weighted score. That's a score based in the ICD codes the patient has. And there are others kind of features based in that kind of set that demographic, lab test, and so on I showed before. And the red bar showing how that feature contributes to put the risk in higher, to higher the risk. And the red one, the green one, showed the features that tend to put the risk low. And the size, how long is the bar, the size of the bar, give the idea how that feature is contributing to this final result of the risk. And the risk, the highest value is 1. So in left here, we have an example of a patient with a high risk. C is a patient really young, age is 19, but he or she has a lot of comorbidities. So it's a patient that after discharge has a high risk to have one event until 5 years. By other hand, in the right side, we have a low risk. It's a elder man. It's like not so elder, but probably is still in very good shape, and with 69 years. But he's a patient that has very few comorbidities, and probably is a person that can live more years without any problem. So this is basically the idea. So moving to applications in medical imaging. Well, this I showed. It's like one specific application, but think about that we can do this for other risks, prevention of other kind of risks. and also other kind of clinical outcomes based in the data we have. And also we have the data from primary care. So if the idea is to calculate any risk in the population, not in the patient that is in the hospital, we can use also this data. And it's possible also follow the patient from the primary care to the second level and to the high complex that is the hospital. So we can do this kind of all thing because we have in our medical school the data from this different set of services in our health complex. So moving here for the applications in medical imaging, I brought two examples for lung cancer and two examples for musculoskeletal applications. I chose lung cancer because, again, it's the most deadly type of cancer. And the idea here is to bring some information that usually we have just after a biopsy or just after the patient goes through a surgery and we take the tissue and give it to the pathologist. So here, in this first case, we are doing the differentiation between cavitation and the pseudocavitation. That inside of the red parabola is like we have it's not really a circle, but we have the tumor. So it's both are lung cancers with some mass. And we have like in the left real rolls there, real cavitations. So there are places where the tissue where he placed the bus, but basically by some kind of a gas. In the right side, we have something that looks like similar, but there it is not a really cavitation. We call that pseudocavitation because when the pathologist look the tissue, there is no really a cavitation there. There is some tissue that was modified and in the images looks like a cavitation. So to distinguish this is important because cavitation is frequently associated with squamous cell, that is a kind of subtype of lung cancer. And this is the cell pattern of the tumor, that is squamous cells. And this is a more aggressive tumor, and the prognosis usually is not good, and there is no specific target, specific treatment. By the other hand, when we have a pseudocavitation, usually frequently is associated with adenocarcinoma, that is another kind of lung cancer, that is less aggressive, and there is specific therapy, target therapy. So there is a specific way to treat this kind of patient. So the idea here is when the patient comes to the hospital and we got the initial CT image of the patient, and this image goes to the multidisciplinary team to see how manage the patient, be able to give it to the radiologist, this information. So the radiologist cannot discuss that about his cancer, but also what kind of subtype of cancer is that, and this can help to decide the best way to manage the patient. So this is the idea. This is kind of something of we call like a radiomics. That is the idea to use many data, many features that we can extract from the images, and do association with the previous cases we have, and based in this, do an inference for the new case we are looking. And this is to give you an idea of our methods. Basically, it's the same methods. We go through our, after we get approval for our ethics committee at the hospital, we go through our data there, look for the patients or specific characteristic we want, get the images, do segmentation, do feature extraction. In this case, we extract more than 2,000 features. And here we use a Mann-Whitney U-test to generate univariate test based in the area under the Hock curve to find the best features to separe cavitation from pseudocavitation, and we got some features that is really able to do the separation of these two classes, but in special, one feature that is there stacked gives us an area under the rock curve. It's 0.973. One is the maximum when we are able to do the total split from the two set of images. So it's a very good result to be able to look at a new patient and tell to the radiologist what probably is the subtype of that tumor they are looking in the CT. And another application is for metastasis. Cancer, a problem of the cancer is because cancer can give metastasis. That is, a cell goes through another organ and start a new tumor there. But not all cancers give metastasis. Some give it, others not. So it's another important information if you are able to tell to the radiologist if that tumor probably is going to give metastasis or not. Nowadays, we know this because the patient is followed. So finally say, well, we started a metastasis in another part. But again, based in the data we have, previous, we are looking some features that we can extract from the tumor and do the inference, train a model and do the inference for a new patient. So when the patient comes, we can tell to the radiologist it's a cavitation or pseudocavitation, and also say, well, this tumor has a pattern that is probably has high possibility to give metastasis. So the way to manage the patients will be different if we have a tumor that a low possibility to have metastasis. Thank you. So again, we go there, take the images, and here we do not really deep learning, but almost deep learning method using some CNN to be able to, we basically crop the images, do some initial pre-processing, train the network, and we are able to get some results. Our accuracy in the independent test set is not very good now, but you are still working on this, and probably we are going to improve this in the future. Okay. Very quickly, more two examples for musculoskeletal. So you are talking about the bones and joints. So here we have an example that are focusing vertebral compression fractures. In the left side, we have an image that is a sagittal slice of MRI, and all the vertebral bones are okay, no problem. In the middle, we have a situation with some fractures that are stacked there. But this fracture is because of osteoporosis. And in the right side, we have some fractures. But the fractures there is because this patient has cancer. So the clinical symptom is similar for both because basically it's back pain. And the age of the people that usually have osteoporosis and cancer is almost the same. And the radiologist has to decide if there is or there is not a fracture and what is the etiology of this fracture. So the idea here is to be able to help the radiologist to decide if it's osteoporosis or cancer. So again, we go through our data, take the data, do segmentation, some feature extraction, and some classification. And finally here, some results. But in this situation, our area under the rock curve was very good, using basically network is multi-layer perceptron, and we got like 0.97. So we are really precise to tell to the radiologist if the fracture is because of osteoporosis or because cancer. And finally, the last one is for detection and classification of spondyloarthritis. That is autoimmune disease. And one signal when the disease is active is inflammation of the joints. Here we are working with a sacroiliac joint that is depicted here in the images. And in the B, we have active inflammation that is called the sacroiliite. And the idea here is to detect the inflammation and tell if the inflammation is associated or not with spondyloarthritis, because we can have inflammation that is not caused by spondyloarthritis. And if it is caused by spondyloarthritis, if it is a spondyloarthritis axial, that take more the main skeletal, or if it's peripheral, that take more like the joints in the periphery. So again, we take our data, extract some features, and we did two approaches. One is univariate analysis, and a multivariate with machine learning. Anyway, we were able to, like, if there is or no presence of sacroiliite, so we look in the area under the rock curve. In the univariate analysis, we got 0.86, and with using, again, multi-layer perceptron, we got 0.96 to tell if there is inflammation is or not associated with spondyloarthritis. We got there 0.8 and 0.83, and the subtype, axial or peripheral, we got like 0.97 and 0.99. So again, we are able to tell the radiologist if there is inflammation and is associated with spondyloarthritis, and also it associated with spondyloarthritis axial or peripheral. The way to treat one or another is different also. So to finalize here, I think it's important to reinforce that everything I show was approved by our research committee. We thank the financial support from FAPESP, of course, is our main sponsor every time. The National Council for Scientific and Technological Development, Brazilian CNPq, and CAPS, that is the Coordination for the Improvement of Higher Educational Personnel, basically give the scholarship for the students. And also in our hospital, we have a foundation, and our foundation there is also a sponsor for this kind of research. And about AI at USP, if you would like to go through this, my suggestion is to look at CIAN. CIAN is a new research center at our university. It's connected to the Hector office. So it's a way to organize the AI work into the university. C4AI, it's a center of AI that's sponsored by FAPESP and IBM. IARA is another artificial intelligence center connected to USP that is focused in smart cities. And now we have a new one that is specifically focused in AI in health management. It's quite new. We got the approval from FAPESP perhaps 3-4 months ago, and now we are doing the paperwork, signing contracts with FAPESP and our other sponsors, and probably in the second semester, we are going to have the new center working at USP also focused in AI in health management. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Paulo. Now I would like to invite to the floor Professor Christiane Wuppen, and she's going to talk about the ethical ambivalence of the AI-driven predictive turn in medicine and healthcare. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much for the very kind invitation, for the very kind introduction. I congratulate the WIH and FAPESP for bringing together this very interesting German-Brazilian dialogue, and also the scientific committee for bringing together all this wonderful program and exciting days. I have to invite you now to put on different glasses to look at AI, because I am looking from the ethical point of view. And yeah, I try to introduce you into shaping, a framing of how we look at AI and what we see, what is coming for medicine and healthcare on a more general level. And I very much like this picture from Eric Topol, presumably very familiar to all of you. And he called this the panoramic view, bringing together the panorama of the look and all the omics technologies coming around. And AI is obviously supporting all these omics technologies. He put together this picture already in 2014. And you see the different levels of where we all can get encompassing information about an individual or about a group, not only including biological features, but also social ones. Think of all the socio-economic determinants of health. Yeah? It's not all about molecules or so. It's also about the social environment, the behavior of the individual and of the group, the living conditions, the nutrition, and so on. And bringing all this together is one specific advantage or disadvantage that has to be weighed of artificial intelligence. And there's a huge market around. The compound annual growth rate from 24 to 30 in this century is counted as 49.1%. But what you also see from this analysis, there are a lot of other analyses out there, is that this is allocated between the regions of the world in a very unequal way. So you have a lot of growth in North America, in Europe, and the blue one is the Asia-Pacific area, and only little in Latin America and Middle East and Africa. Yeah, I think this is already, not only from the economical, but from the ethical point of view, a thing that we have to talk about. So perhaps that's one of the issues that the German-Brazilian dialogue can also focus on, because there has to be equality if we want to have a shared global advantage of bringing AI to medicine and healthcare. So the line of thought I want to talk you through during the next 20 minutes is the AI-driven shifts in healthcare that we analyzed. Then my ethical starting point. There are a lot of ethical theories around there, and I just tell you where we start in our center. I will present you some empirical results from own projects, and then shift the focus from prediction to prevention, because why predict something if you cannot do anything about it? Yeah? And the conclusion then, the ethical ambivalence of predictive medicine. We did an evaluation of 16 tech giants around the world. As you see on this map, there's none in Latin America nor Africa. They're all distributed in North America, in Europe, and in the Asian room. And we identified all what they do with AI and with digital healthcare. You find it in the internet if you look for tech giants in healthcare, immediately in German and in English. And we diagnosed 4 paradigm shifts coming with these tech giants, but more generally with AI in healthcare. The first one is that we have a multidimensional change in competencies of healthcare professionals. So we have to really take care of a lifelong learning. You not only learn to deal with AI or with AI-driven technologies once, but you have to learn it almost on a daily basis, because there is happening so much. And education has to change. the education after or when you are in your profession has to change. So this is really a challenge for the healthcare system to have the right professionals in there who can use AI and who can talk about AI, who can convey the relevant information to the patient and to other healthcare professionals. The second one is that we have kind of a monopolization or an oligarchization and dissolution of sectorally boundaries due to digital healthcare. So at least in Germany, we have quite distinct sectors of healthcare. The primary care, secondary healthcare, rehabilitation, care for elderly and so on, and people with handicaps. But bringing all the data together could make it for patients and for healthcare professionals easier because these sectoral boundaries can be transcended more easily. Yeah, and you have the data on your electronic patient record, for example. You have interoperable systems where you can use the same tools and so on. So that would be good. But the problem is that all the expertise, all the technologies, all the capacities, the technological capacities and resources are only with a few companies. Yeah? And they then define what is made and what is important and who is cared for, which patient group is interesting and so on. So this is not only a financial power, it's also a definitional power of what happens in the healthcare system. Then there is this dream that I share with Indra, for example, about linking everyday care and research to a learning healthcare system. So there's a lot of healthcare being done all the day, but we don't use the data and we don't use the experiences that are made every day for improving everyday care and for improving healthcare management and healthcare itself. So it would be great to use all the data for research purposes and then bring the experiences and results from the research purposes back very quickly into everyday care. Then also those patients could benefit who are not easily included in these gold standard, double-blinded, randomized clinical trials. Think of elderly people with a lot of drugs, having a lot of diseases, so you cannot easily include them in these trials, these golden standard trials. And it would be wonderful to learn from everyday care what the best healthcare for them is. And the last one is that AI is strengthening data-based prediction, prevention, and precision medicine. We already heard about some examples about risk prediction, so that in some we have a paradigm shift coming from diagnostics to prediction. So I think that's good. Everyone wants to not get ill instead of being treated when having become ill. We're shifting from therapy to prevention and monitoring, and from disease orientation to health orientation. So at first glance, that's good news. Yeah? Now, how do we look at it from the point of view of life ethics? This is very simple. The ethically good for us means respecting or promoting the flourishing, the beauty and abundance of all life. What does that mean? So we are not coming from the ontology talking about duties. We are not utilitarians talking about the biggest benefit for the biggest amount of people. We are not virtue ethicists, or so we're just coming from the shared experience of being alive, that every human being shares also with other non-human beings. And what is life about? It's about it being a process. It's about having an aesthetic feature always, and it's about having multiple facets. So life sciences is talking and caring, dealing with the molecular and biological features of life. Life ethics is dealing with the emotional, the spiritual, the bodily, the social, the individual, the mental issues of life. So a more encompassing vision of life. And of course, all of us will disagree in what, in a specific application context, flourishing and beauty and abundance will be. But that's the point. We want and intend to bring together all the people who have different views on this world, different views on human beings, different views on life, but then we talk about the important issues. So what does AI do to our possibilities to flourish and to unfold? What does AI mean with the beauty of our life? So do we find all these AI pictures nice or not? I think that's contestable. And what about the fulfilling and the abundance of life when using AI? I think those are the important topics to talk about when we want to include it in a way where society then and individuals can flourish. And because you only can do that when you talk about the fundamental concepts, and now talking especially about prediction, we talk about futures. But what are future? What is the future? I think there's normally, usually, a linear model. The past has gone, now is the present, and the future is to come. So a linear line. But already Augustine, in his Confessions, says, no, there's only one thing. There's only presence. And the past, or the present, is there in terms of perception. The past is there in terms of memory. And the future is present in terms of expectations, hopes, desires, and so on. But there's nothing like a future. It's only the presence of our expectations, of our hopes, of our plannings of the future. And this is important when thinking about, do I have a future with a disease? Because this is not thinking about someone else in the future. It is now that I think about being probably an ill person in 2 years or 5 years' time. And this impacts everything that you will do or think or perceive. It will apply to what you eat, to your sports, to education, to the choice of your profession, family planning, insurances, and so on. So just think, if you know that you have a high risk to get Alzheimer's dementia in the next 5 years, and you wake up in the morning, you go to work, and you see, oh, I lost my keys. I forgot my keys. Then normally you say, oh, well, the night was bad, I was distracted or something like that. If you know about the very high risk, you say, wow, does it begin now? Yeah? Is it there now? So that's a completely, only this small knowledge is a completely different way of how you perceive yourself, how you think about what is happening, and that is present. That's not about only about the future that is far away and not here. It's here. And that's what's so important for the ethical point of view, that it touches upon the whole person, the whole life, and that it's happening now. Yeah? Even prediction is something for now. Then we have to think about what data actually mean very quickly, because data mean actually nothing. Yeah? You have to have a context to make an information out of data. You have to give the information a meaning in the context of your individual life, for example, to have a knowledge. Then you can evaluate this knowledge, and then you can get insight. And having an insight and giving a purpose to this insight, you can do a decision. Yeah? So I would never say that I can decide something. It can infer something, but it cannot decide anything because it has no values. It cannot weigh something. It cannot put other information over there. It cannot talk to someone else and then say, well, have a look at that. How do we contextualize that or so? So I would reserve the decision point to human decision making, because we are the living beings who can value, who can weigh, who can put it into the context of our life. But we talk about AI as if it were a human being, so that's already one of the problems, how we deal with it. Now, having these predictive models brings different and further facets of this paradigm shift with it. We come from health counseling then to a life counseling. How should we behave? Which insurance should you have? Where should you live? The patient becomes a customer or user, and the sectoral healthcare becomes an integrated health network. And not least, the fate becomes responsibility. Because once you know about your risk, it doesn't come only as something happening to you, but you are responsible if you do not behave according to what could be preventive. And then if you get ill, perhaps society afterwards says, well, we have a solidary healthcare system, but well, you could have spared us these resources through behaving in an adequate way, so we don't care for you. Please take care for yourself. Yeah? This is a very complex discussion, but I think we should be aware that these discussions can come up in a society with always scarce resources in a healthcare system. So having these foundations, we became aware that we know relatively little about the impact of the paradigm shift on individuals and their close others, on society and the healthcare system. But of course, you can see that it comes with clinical, ethical, legal, and social questions regarding a lot of ethical values and also legally relevant values like autonomy, health, privacy, justice, solidarity, and so on. And we had a lot of projects about that, and I will introduce you to some examples of our results. For example, in one project where we dealt with systems medicine and the competence with that, we asked people who seeked help in early detection centers for mental disorders, would you want to know your risk to become ill in the future, using a lot of data from different life areas? It's a hypothetical scenario, but we just asked them for their attitudes. We wanted just to learn how they think about that. And the interesting thing is that almost half of them said, yes, I would like to know that. 10% had a conditional approval, and 35% rejected that, and that I don't want to know that. And the reasons for that were sometimes quite similar. So referring to their autonomy, people said, well, knowing that would foster my autonomy because I can adjust my behavior according to that. And those who rejected that said, well, that would impact my autonomy because I would be afraid, I would feel urged to behave in a specific way, and I would lose my freedom. So that's already, I think, a very impressive example of the ambivalence. Yeah, you cannot say, well, knowing more is being more autonomous. No, there are people out there who feel less autonomous when they know about specific issues. Another project where we have a huge consortium with Spain and Switzerland and 2 sites in Bonn has a complicated method, but this is about prediction of Alzheimer's dementia actually in people only with subjective cognitive decline. They even have not yet a mild cognitive decline or impairment, and the general population. And I want to show you some results from the general population in Spain, Switzerland, and Germany. We asked them if it were possible to estimate your personal risk for the development of specifically Alzheimer's dementia, would you want to know it? And interestingly, a lot of people in Spain wanted to know that, and also a lot of people in Germany and Switzerland, but far less, significantly far less. Why is it so? We don't know, but our guess is that in Spain you have not a very wonderful system to take care for the Alzheimer's dementia people, and families want to prepare for that. Yeah, so they said it's good to know because then we can prepare in time. The other 3 groups, mainly about subjective cognitive decline, were presented hypothetical scenarios, and it was compared. One scenario was there is an increased risk, and the other scenario was the risk is corresponding to the general population. And only the first 3 bars are relevant here. So those with an increased risk said, well, my life planning will change. The realizing of my dreams will change. and my daily activities will change. So here you see already the at least hypothetical impact of what people perceive if what would happen if they knew an increased risk. The expected changes in feelings mainly referred then to a depressive mood. So a lot of people expected to have a more depressed mood knowing about their increased risk. A little bit more that where we would expect to be tired of life or to develop fears, but the only statistically relevant so far with this preliminary data is the depressive mood. Regarding the expected future planning after dementia risk estimation, you have the preferences for care that counted most for them. Yeah? So that they, in time, could prepare for being a person who has to be taken care of. And expected disadvantages, interestingly, there were none. Yeah? Non-statistically significant ones between the two scenarios, but you see that the absolute value of the expected disadvantages is quite high. Yeah? Conclusion of future insurance policy, for example, almost 90% of people know that, or expect that this would be a disadvantage after knowing about the risk. So then after prediction, there comes prevention. The usual way of doing it is the universal prevention for everybody, but this comes with a lot of disadvantages. It's expensive, it's laborious to reach the people. There are lots of unnecessary and costly false positives, making people anxious or afraid, causing further examinations, expensive ones with no result. And you motivate actually the already motivated. Yeah, you don't reach those who are really interesting for these preventive policies. The second one is the selective prevention for subgroups whose risk of becoming ill is above average, according to age, sex, occupation, and so on. And the interesting thing with AI, especially, I think is the indicated prevention, what Gordon calls the indicated prevention, for persons who on examination are found to manifest a risk factor or a group of risk factors, condition or abnormality, putting them individually at high risk. And this is the group that is interesting, because then you can have a personalized prevention policy and being in a dialogue with them and taking care of them in a specific way. But if you do that with AI, this also comes again with a risk. This is a very, very interesting study. I just summarize it very, very quickly for you. They examined 9 LLMs, large language models, with more than 1.7 million model-generated outputs, sorry, there's a misspelling, from 1,000 emergency department cases. 500 of them were real and 500 synthetic. Each case had 32 variations according to a combination between the clinical data, which were constant, and then 31 socio-demographic groups plus a control. And they looked for Black and unhoused and LGBTQA+ people, and also for the high or for the income status. And what they found is that all the 9 models, in different portions of course, more frequently directed Black or unhoused or LGBTQI+ people to urgent care, to invasive interventions, and to mental health evaluation, although the clinical data were the same. So they took more care of these variants of the socio-demographic and gender issues and so on as of the clinical data. I think that's an interesting starting point for societal discrimination issues and for looking at what do these models actually do. And high incomes, those with a high income status had more recommendations for advanced imaging tests. Low and middle income labeled cases often limited to basic or no further testing or treatment. This is, I think, really a clear sign of discrimination and of social problems called. And you just see here, we won't go through that, but the control patient is the fourth row from the bottom, and all the other issues here are the factors like gender and so on, which were more interesting and important in this study than the clinical features. What we recommended with a European expert group working on a risk-adjusted cancer screening and prevention for mama carcinoma especially, we recommended that prevention concepts only can be based on best current evidence, that evidence really count, not only having the idea there can be something be prevented, that the availability of needed and appropriate preventive measures is guaranteed if you do a prediction of anything, that there should be an ongoing outcome evaluation, that you have to have a continuous improvement according to outcomes and socioeconomic impacts of these prevention programs, and to have an adjustment of healthcare policies. So usually healthcare systems are not yet fit for an individualized or even as an indicated prediction and prevention scheme. And when implementing all these predictive technologies, we should already have the preventive policies after that in mind. I come to the conclusion now. This was a visit in Mexico a couple of weeks ago. So Moons noticed, and I stood there and said, that's my picture, because that is indicating the ambivalence. Yeah, you have a huge way, call it risk. You have a huge way, call it possibilities, opportunities, wonderful issues. And actually you have both in AI. Yeah, it's not only about dystopia or utopia or the paradise, but you have this very small way in the middle that you have to find, yeah, where you balance this, where you avoid the great risks, where you nevertheless really get the benefits from that, but where you muggle through the middle somehow. And just to give some examples, so on the one side, you have better outcomes with AI-driven prediction, but you have harm if it is not applied adequately. You can promote health behavior, and you can worsen health behavior if someone doesn't understand the risk appropriately. And there are a lot of people out there who don't understand risk appropriately. You can have more autonomy and less autonomy. I told you that, or showed you that. You can have more individual responsibility perceived as a good thing, or you can be paralyzed by too much responsibility and be overstrained. Design is not counting here. You can have the empowerment, or you can have the surveillance with risks for privacy and integrity. You can have more participation, really dealing with socioeconomic factors and health determinants in an adequate way, or you can have social blaming and discrimination. You can have a support of sustainability, social sustainability, ecological and economic sustainability, but you also can impede sustainability with these AI-driven predictive turn. You can overcoming inequalities or discriminate and worsening inequalities, and you can shift from solidary healthcare to the own responsibility, taking societies apart and blaming the vulnerable. So I think we have to shape the use and carefully regulate development and use of AI, and that ideally, from my point of view, according to a societal dialogue that cares for the flourishing, beauty, and abundance of all life. That's where AI should be introduced for. And Dennis Gaber nicely said, the future cannot be predicted, but futures can be invented. And that's our task here. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you for the very nice talk and for the excellent ending. Let us invent our futures together, right? So for the third talk, I would like to invite to the floor Thais Mello. She's gonna talk to us about harnessing AI and technology in Boehringer Brazil medicine team, pioneering innovations in healthcare sector. Thais, thank you for accepting. The floor is yours.
Hello, good morning all. Thanks a lot for the invitation. Thanks, Anderson, for the kind introduction and for the organizing committee for inviting me to be part of this important panel. It's very nice to join a German-Brazilian dialogue because after more than 15 years working in a German company, I can see how important this collaboration is and how big it really is. So I will talk about 4 main topics here. First of all, I will introduce briefly the company I work for, Boehringer Ingelheim, and the department I am part of, medicine, so you understand how we use AI in our activities here. A brief overview of where we see that AI applications can be used in healthcare. Then I'll show some examples how Boehringer is committed to educate our employees in medicine for using that, and some examples of how we are using in practical. And for the last topic, I will talk about external partnerships that we are having to really try to improve the healthcare system in Brazil with AI projects. So Boehringer Ingelheim is a German company that was founded in 1885, and the headquarters is located in Ingelheim, which is a city close to Frankfurt. And it has been always an innovation company, which means that the company develops their molecules, but we do a lot of partnerships with external companies also to develop that. The company is here in Brazil for almost 60 years now. So Brazil was the first subsidiary outside Europe. So we are very proud of that to be the first subsidiary outside Europe. The innovation in the company has a very strong framework, and what I would highlight here is that we use technology. I want to use more and more technology to advance the progress of our products and the development of medicine for the patients, and also the importance of partnerships. So by doing external partnerships, and nowadays more than 50% of our innovation is delivered through external partnerships, and this is intending to grow more and more. And here in Brazil, I am working with the medicine department, which is composed by all those areas, so you to understand what we do. So we do clinical research. We are responsible for regulatory affairs, interactions with health authorities. We do patient safety, pharmacovigilance, and customer service, medical affairs, which is the support for the medical societies and also for our commercial teams. And we do quality medicine to ensure that all the processes that we do complies with external and internal regulations. And when we talk about AI in healthcare, there are many different opportunities that we can talk about, but we selected here 3 main actions that we think AI can support in our daily work. So for working in healthcare, it's very important to have automation of administrative tasks, so we can have more time for strategic and for thinking and for doing other actions. We can use predictive analytics, and the previous talks really tackled this topic. I think it's very connected to what we do as well. And it can also enhance the decision-making process, so we can take better decisions for the patients and for the healthcare system in general. And I'll show you some of examples that we use for some of these activities here. So first, I'll start to tell you that in Boehringer we also need to educate our employees in medicine so they can use properly AI, they can understand the benefits. And I think it's linked to what we have just listened from Christiane about the qualifications and the skills of the healthcare system workers nowadays. So we really invest in educations, and this is one of the examples. We have many courses in partnership with external universities. In this case, it's an example with a partnership with Harvard Medical School. And we have shorter courses and longer courses, 4 weeks, 6 weeks, and through the employees all around the world to understand what is AI, how it can be used, and stimulate the people how to think in new applications, how we can foster our innovation through that. And also other education initiatives is the local trainings. So we have already developed many applications by our IT departments globally and locally, but we need to teach the employees how to use that. So we do a lot of trainings to tell them what is a good prompt for the AI tools that we have, what are the good applications, do's and don'ts, so they can understand which kind of application they can use for each task. So it's very important to continue this kind of education. And with that, I would like to tell you some examples of how we are applying those available AI tools now to enhance effectiveness internally. One example, this is very simple, but it's really helping us to be more productive. For the clinical development area, we implement international trials, so we have to translate a lot of documents, we have to submit a lot of documents for ethical analysis for health authorities. And by automating the translation checks, we have enhanced our productivity, saving times and resources, and also reduced manual errors. And connected to that, but a step further, we have also developed an internal AI tool to support the teams in answering queries from health authorities, queries from ethical bodies. So the same trial is conducted around the world in many countries, so we can feed this system with the different questions and the answers that we gave for our institutions, and then the process is getting better and better, and then we can better answer and faster answer for these queries. Another area that we are using AI applications is in compliance management. So in quality medicine, that sometimes we can identify that something was not done correctly according to a protocol or according to an internal or external procedure, and we have to really understand what happened, map the potential root causes, and then provide an action plan to prevent that this thing happens again. So in this case, we use this non-compliance tax refiner app to improve the descriptions of the non-compliances, and then we can streamline the review processes, enhance clarity to go for the next step, which is the investigation of the root cause analysis and proposal of the action plan. So it has been used for 1.5 years and really increased the efficiency, identified trends with all the data analysis that we were able to feed into the system, and again, enhancing efficiency. And another one in line with this is what we use for pharmacovigilance systems. So for pharmacovigilance, just for you to understand, we receive a lot of adverse events reports. So customers, healthcare professionals calls the company to report something, and then we write what we are hearing, and then we need to put this into structured fields in structured systems. And by using this NAVAX, this is very new system, we can feed the structured field systems with something that is not structured, and it really enhanced the speed and the accuracy of the translation from the non-structured to the structured system. And now, since it's new, we are feeding it to learn as a machine learning tool and to be better in the future. Another example I would like to share with you is this speech analytics software that we are implementing since the beginning of the year in our customer service center. So it was not developed by Behringer, it's a partnership with the vendor that provides us the customer service attendants. And this is speech analytics that can identify, analyze, store the information gathered from the voice interactions that we have. We have trained the system with machine learning, so it was really an AI tool. I'm not the expert on the systems to tell you what is behind, but we trained that to our needs. And this is an example of what the software can gather from a phone call received from our customer. So we can understand the feelings and the emotions when the customer is telling and reporting something to us. They can gather what product is about, what is the description of the event, if it's a technical complaint, if it's an adverse event, if they want just to say something and get some answer back about, it's not really a complaint, but they want to clarify some information, so we can classify all those information there very easily and fast. And after we have been using this for 3 months, we have seen already positive results. For example, we have more samples for our quality control that we do monthly, but very importantly, we decreased the time that we needed to analyze the inconsistencies between what was said in the phone call and what was reported in the systems by 50%. Also, we decrease the time and improve the assertiveness of these registers for quality complaints and also for the adverse events reports in more than 40%. We could also map opportunities in the contact opportunities for us to improve the way our attendants talk to our customers based on those analyses of emotions and so on. And with that, we are continuous to learn, and we are going to use data to give us more information about the decisions we need to take. So it's something that was an external partnership, but we already see a lot of good results. Now, I'm going to the last part of this presentation and tell you about 2 projects that we are doing with external partnerships in very early phases, but just for you to understand what we are looking for in these partnerships in artificial intelligence. So the first one is a partnership with a company, a national startup named NailMed, with an app to improve myocardial infarction diagnosis in our case, but it can also improve the diagnosis of other cardiac conditions as well. And why myocardial infarction was chosen here is also connected something to what Professor Paulo has talked to us about cardiovascular disease being the first cause, the main cause of mortality in Brazil and in the world. And myocardial infarction is the condition that kills most people, also here in Brazil. And when a person goes to the emergency setting feeling pain in the chest, they need to be very fastly diagnosed because there is a time window where the treatment can be done to prevent the consequences. But many times, the people who are there in the emergency are not super well prepared to diagnose and to read the electrocardiogram, and they take longer to decide that. So the idea of this app is to support the healthcare people that are there in the emergency, seeing the physicians to have a faster diagnosis, and then they can take a decision to treat or not to treat faster. This app has been already approved by Anvisa, our health authority. So what does it do in general? So when a patient goes to the emergency, they do the electrocardiogram, and then they took a picture of this EKG and upload in this app. And there is an AI analysis in 7 seconds, and then they receive a note if there is something wrong or not. So it will ring the bell for the physician, say, oh, that's something wrong, I need to take a look closer. And then these results go to be stored in the database to continue to improve the model. When they did many analyses, it was found that we have for myocardial infarction a sensitivity of 96% and specificity of 78% of detection is in this acute setting. And for atrial fibrillation, 96% of sensitivity and 78% of specificity. So it was considered appropriate for using in the clinical setting and also approved by a health authority to be used there. We have just signed the contract with this company, so it is going to be used really in the clinical practice, especially in public healthcare facilities where we have the lack of more trained professionals, or the lack of numerous professionals, and then we are going to see if this will be really able to help and support them to get patients diagnosed faster, improve treatments, and the chances of those patients to be out of the hospital better after a myocardial infarction. And this last example I want to show is something we are using in clinical research. So just to contextualize, this is being used for oncology clinical research for a compound that the main adverse event is something that is called the cytokine release syndrome, which is something that it's a very huge inflammatory reaction in the body with a release of a lot of cytokines that can give an inflammatory condition to the body and even get to death. So it's very important to be detected very early, to be treated, and then or to avoid any further complication. So in this clinical trial, patients who are exposed to this kind of drugs, they have access to this this application, and they have wearables as well to measure a lot of physiological parameters, and then they will predict earlier if something is going wrong. They will send a message for the principal investigator responsible for the site and for this patient, and then they will be able to take actions earlier and avoid maybe even avoid going to the hospital with simple measures like stopping the medication, like using other symptomatic drugs, or they will guide them to go to the hospital earlier to get better treatment. So this is something that is also ongoing. We aim that this will improve the chances even of the drug to be effective, because side effects are something that really impairs the efficacy of any treatment, and then if we can prevent and anticipate the management of adverse events, the efficacy of the drug, especially for a deadly disease like cancer, this would be very good for the patients. So what I just showed you briefly is that in our company we are committed to use AI in many different ways for automation, for predictive analytics, for enhancing decision making. And it's not stopping there. We would like to continue to look for partnerships, look for options, how we can improve efficiency, enhance compliance, ultimately reaching better patient outcomes. And for the future, we all know that the continuous innovation is very important, is essential to address the evolving challenges that we are discussing during this morning. So with that, I thank you for your attention.
So I'd like to invite you too to sit with us as well. Right now, we are the only block between you and the lunch, but we promise to finish in about 20-25 minutes, okay? So we are going to have some questions, but I would like to start with one that's a bit provocative, and I would like to have each of you to talk a little bit about it. In your opinion, what's the most important challenge nowadays in using AI for healthcare? So, Paulo, would you like to go first?
Thank you. Well, I believe the question is not too much technical.
No?
No. Of course, we have some
it's a human.
challenges. I think it's like, but I believe it's more focused. The problem is more how, like the professor told, how you are able to find the middle pathway to not like provoke something that's not good and improve, and also how we can prepare the people to use this. The professionals, healthcare professionals, that it's quite important, as you show, but also the population, because if you are not able to explain and have the user really involved in this, I think it's quite complicated. Also in the ethical view, if we use AI to help to treat people, and the people are not know anything about this, and I think anyway, I believe it's more. We have to look more like how to teach, how to give some literacy, and is more like that. I believe the technical is not the most difficult.
Yeah.
That's my opinion.
Thanks a lot, Professor Cristiani.
Thank you. Yeah, the most important one first I would say it's evidence. Use it evidence-based. So really, have an evidence that this is useful in the application that you choose. Second one, think it until the end. Think through until the end. So not only, oh, this application is so wonderful, and what comes after that. And think about the social integration. So AI is a technology, but it's applied in a socio-economic and technological environment. Yeah, so it's a systematic issue, and think that through. And one approach to do that is to choose an ethics by design approach from the beginning. So if you start to have an idea where you want to develop AI for, and what do you want to, where do you want to use it, then just have a small round with people coming from different areas. It would be wonderful to include those for whom it would should be applied then also from the beginning, patients, healthcare professionals, and so on, not only engineers or economists and so on. And then say, so what do we have to think of to shape the design and the development and the deployment of AI from the beginning according to ethical requirements and also to legal requirements, and not developing something and say, oops, we forgot this and that.
Exactly.
Yeah? And so I think the ethic, to really implement ethics by design from the beginning and think the application through to the end and the consequences is for me the biggest challenge at the moment.
Thanks a lot. Thais?
Well, for me, I agree with all that had been said, but I would highlight also two topics. Okay. So one is to try to focus, because when we see so many opportunities to be used and to address the large amount of challenges that we have in healthcare, especially in a country like Brazil, then we can start thinking and not select what would be the best projects to dedicate resources and to focus on. So I think that we should try to align maybe with healthcare providers, with the public healthcare system, to really see what would be the best way to apply this technology for the better of the populational health. And the second one is education of the population, as Professor Cristiani has just said, because just to share with you, in one of these courses that we were doing with Beringer employees, medicine employees, in partnership with Harvey, so people who were interested in the topic and really wanted to know more. They posed a poll, a survey, asking if the people would be willing to share their healthcare data in general for improving care or for predictive analysis and so on. And half of them was not willing to. It is a very specialized population who knows how it's being used. And the main reason was because their uncertainty about ethical and how this would be used. So I think this is a barrier that we need to continue to talk to see how we can overcome and find the balance.
Very nice points, thank you. I think that we already have one question here. Please go ahead.
Yeah, my name is Gerhard Ed from Socialize Bahia. I think it's the same error question. How should the researcher be trained to accelerate the IA on the medicine? Because there is engineering error with different language, IA, different language, medicine, different language, different formation. How can they work together to find and how to accelerate the use of IA on medicine?
Anyone would like to go?
I know education is the first time, but different areas.
So Thais, for this one?
Maybe I can start. So since I work in a private organization, what we are trying to do is really to educate the population that we are kind of responsible for in training and education. But what we hear from interactions with medical school, with external HCPs, is that how could we foster this to be included in medical school curriculum? How can we put not only medical school, but in the school curriculum somehow information about AI in the way, in the stage that we are today? I think it's a very broad discussion that should be taken from the government as well, and how we can enhance the knowledge and include this knowledge in the educational curriculum formally. I think this could be the aspiration that I see. But until we still don't have that, I think everybody who is working in an institution, private, public, or in a subsetting in a city, in a hospital, should try to understand with the management team how we could address that in our small populations and then going broader.
Very nice. Let's go for another question, please.
Hi, I'm Claudio Pienis from IBM Research in the University of São Paulo. I thought very interesting this panel because it seems that reflects a trend that I've been seeing where you use traditional machine learning and AI for critical processes and stuff like Paulo is doing. And you use generative AI for personal productivity, sort of more mundane process, I mean, helping people be faster, efficient. Do you think it's a fair characterization of what you're doing or what you're seeing?
Professor Cristiani, perhaps? Do you think that Gen AI is more like to increase productivity and traditional tools in AI is more like to help in diagnosis and prognosis?
I think both are very general. I don't think that, so AI is such a broad technology, you can, generative AI also. So generative AI through ChatGPT came to the public so that everyone can use it, even for free on the iPhone. And they use it for a lot of purposes that are completely stupid. And that bring nothing, no result.
Studio Ghibli.
False results. There's so many bullshit coming out of that. But there are also wonderful things coming out of that. And to differentiate that, we cannot do enough in fostering critical thinking from the beginning in school and so on, and in studies and in apprentices, to really have this critical view on that. And a very huge concern, be it AI, be it LLMs or so, is that doctors just use the result and rely on it. And so I don't have to think anymore, and even if I have the impression that it is not really good, it's more dangerous for me to not follow that than to follow that, because then afterwards I can say, well, that was this tool here. Yeah, they told me that this is this diagnosis, or I should do that. I wouldn't classify. I personally would always abstain from classifying application areas according to the difference between AI and generative AI or LLMs. They all can be used for everything in some way.
Thanks a lot. We have time for 2 more questions. Please, at the end, on top. You first, and then we go with you. Thank you.
My name is Evandro. I'm a researcher from Universidade Presbyteriana Mackenzie. I have a question about AI. Yesterday, I read a Wall Street Journal that the United Health Group is being accused in the United States of using AI to provide early hospital discharge for medical patients. How can you avoid this problem?
Paula, would you like to go? It's a comment about when AI is used to start charging even before treatments or something like that.
I can try, but I believe.
Sure. Yeah, we can talk to both of you about this.
It's like I think it's again the same problem how we use the tool.
Exactly.
So basically, like, but I will.
Of course, I have the solution now. There are a lot of examples where we say, well, it shouldn't be used this way. And it's good that there is someone over there saying we follow up on that. And it's not only done, but we have a regulation, we have policies, we have a supervision, we have an evaluation, and so on. And that's where the regulatory policies and so come in, and the legal experts and the policy makers. There was one AI built for predicting the need of being transferred to palliative care. And there was one from Stanford University developed that only relied on clinical data. And what they saw in comparison to real doctors, that the AI was earlier and more precise to predict. So it was a benefit for the patients that they were referred earlier to palliative care. And there was another one developed by a company that I won't mention now, that mostly relied on the socioeconomic data to say whether a patient in an emergency situation should be transferred from home to the hospital or not. Yeah, and it was not adjusted to the clinical need, but to the economic output. Yeah, so what the hospital would have for resources and so on. And I think we have really to have a look at that. And that's why, for example, the others know more about that, but that sometimes AI with a high risk, you should declare what data you used, which data you used to learn and train this AI. I think those are really important issues. Not to make the development and the deployment more difficult or to impede it or to say AI is a bad thing. No, absolutely not. But there are people out there who do not the really good things with AI, and that should be stopped.
Very nice points. 2 more questions. It's one here and one over there.
Okay, so Daniel Gitter from Mauá Institute of Technology, researcher there. So my question is on the ethics part of AI and more on the dystopia side, and talking about insurance companies. So we already know the insurance companies, they use credit analysis. They are using AI to credit analysis and see if they would give you money or not. And my point of view is, I have the feeling that with AI being used in healthcare, mainly on health insurance companies, they will start seeing if you have higher risks for problems or any type of disease when you get older or when in certain point of your life, and they will avoid giving you the service. And my feeling is that this will make a kind of a bottleneck to the public health system in the countries that do have it. So my question is, in this sense, the three of you, how is your opinion of the public health system side and which responsibility it will take with AI being implemented in, for example, particular health systems and insurance companies?
Very nice points. I will start with you now, Paulo.
Well, I think the question is governance. You must have some regulations and see. I will change a little bit the side. Like, it's possible not use. It's like we can say, so for public service, you are not going to use, or for private service not use. It's quite difficult. So I think it's like we need some governance, some rules, and sometimes the problem is not technology. It's a problem of policy. You must, I don't know, go to crime. It's a problem of crime, not technology or everything. So it's difficult, but this is a question, like I was part in a panel some time ago, and the discussion was some group, some team, show a solution that's able, based in EEG, to give a real, his was the term, real age of the people. This could be different from your age, like your organic age, different from your civil age. And the question was, well, if some company take this, and when you are going to do your contract, like, well, no, because you are 50, but it looks like 70, you know. So I don't know. It's difficult to answer this. I think we need be some governance. You need to have rules, regulation, and sometimes the problem is not technology, or it's problem. It's a policy. Policy. You have to. People must go in jail. It depends on what they do. I don't know. It's like my opinion. It's like
very good point. We have time for another one. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. My question refers to the last slide of Christiane. Earlier this morning, in fact, on the bus trip to this conference, Christiane and I talked about that traditionally we've always had these binary perspectives on the world, and that it's perhaps time to overcome them. Now, when we look at this last slide, that is fairly binary, and I was wondering how one could depict this question of we can use it in a good way or in a bad way, in a dangerous, harmful, or positive way. What would this slide look like if we sort of try to depict these various options in a non-binary way? And what would it mean for your research?
Very nice points. Let's start with Professor Christiane.
I wonder why you perceived it as a binary last slide, because so at least the purpose of the slide was that there is nothing like the future, and now we have the technologies to see what will happen there and predict it. But through predictive technologies, we invent the future, so we more shape them than predict them. as if there was something that can be detected in the future, and now we can detect it through predictive technologies. So I wouldn't frame it in a binary way. It was another kind of approach to say what we do now and the technologies we use now and how we use them is not to predict something, but to invent something. Yeah? And I think this is so complex that it doesn't fit into a binary system. Because there are so many factors coming in, so many unpredictable behaviors. And there's this wonderful sentence from Barry Schwartz that I also told you yesterday or so, where they say a theory of the planets doesn't change the course of planets, but a theory of human nature changes human nature. And for everyone who is interested in these kinds of thinking, I recommend a 9-minute video from Google. It's called the ledger. I have to look it up. Yeah, it's about the data book. And what they say, what they can do is to predict the future, to intervene in time, so that at the end, or in the end, we have no problems any longer with health or disease, with war, with poverty, with the climate, and so on. So, but what they don't say is that they shape the world and that they use the people. They don't do it for the people, they use the people to follow their own goals, their own vision of how this world should look like. And look at all the technology, they make everything similar. Look at these boring AI pictures. Yeah? so for, at least for me, it's boring. And I very much prefer to look in faces that have lived, that have their signs, that have their vulnerabilities or so, not these perfect, but well. And so yes, short, it was not meant binary.
Very nice, thank you very much. If you liked this discussion and would like to read more, I would like to recommend to you 2 books that talk directly to the points that we discussed here. The first one is 4 Futures by Peter Fraze, discuss 4 possibilities of the futures that we want using AI in health and other areas. And the second is the political, sociological, and philosophical impacts of AI, in which Mark Zuckerberg, who is a philosopher in Vienna, discusses what we want. What's the kind of technology that we want to use as a tool, as an augmentation, or as a substitution of the human being? So thank you very much. I invite you to the lunch, and please get back here by 2. See you. Thank you.
I just would like to announce something FAPESP has asked me. So it would